All right, welcome. Wait, testing. Could I actually have this mic turned up at least a couple of notches? Testing. Oh, perfect. All right, can you guys hear me in the audience? Perfect. Welcome into the hot shop. We're getting started over on the right bench, it looks like. We're continuing a project that we started yesterday. And this project, could we actually have a picture of it up on the screen? It's that last one that broke just as we were about to finish up for the day. Perfect, thank you. So up on the screen we have a sketch of what we are currently working on. But instead of having these 3 handles, as the sketch might suggest, we're going to have 2 handles. And you'll notice that there's a clear separation between the upper sort of green piece and the blue piece underneath. The only parts that are going to be connected together are the handles touching the pieces themselves. And we've already created the upper section of this piece yesterday. We were going to finish creating that piece, but then the lower half broke. So we set it aside, and we're going to finish it up this morning here. And our visiting artist for this week is Walt Leiberman. That is the man up here next to me. He started his residency on Wednesday. This is the last day of his residency. He's had a couple of them here before at the Museum of Glass, but he's actually a Museum of Glass employee on top of everything. So he usually will be standing here talking to you guys, just as I am right now. He's revisiting a series he started in 2006, just to give you a little information on these pieces. These pieces are relating to deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you may have noticed with that sketch. And he's had multiple places display his artwork before, but just to name a couple, he's had work displayed at the Corning Museum of Glass in the Metropolitan in New York, and he currently has a piece displayed at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is right next to us here. So if you're interested in checking that out. We also have some artwork that was created a couple of days ago on the front pedestal over here. This kind of gives you an idea of what the final products might look like. And welcome to the few who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to give you guys a little overview. So today we do have a visiting artist, which you may have seen the sign as you walked into the hot shop. Today we have Walter Lieberman, and that is the man standing at the center bench there. He's hanging up one of his sketches that we're going to work on today. And this is the last day of his residency. It started on Wednesday. During this residency, he specifically is revisiting a series he started in 2006, where he collaborated with James Mongrain and was creating deconstructed and reassembled Venetian vase designs. And you can definitely see that with these pieces that are on display here. We actually have a disconnect between the two blown parts of the pieces. The only parts of the pieces that are connected are the handles themselves. So these are pretty delicately balanced. Over on that right bench, it looks like we're getting some color for the piece that we're working on through something called a color drop or color overlay. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I will give you all a little overview as to what we have going on. Today we have a special visiting artist with us, and that is Walt Leiberman, the man up here in the front with me. If you have any questions for him about his artwork or any of his designs that are being created today, then feel free to grab my attention or his attention. And I'm going to hop right into explaining this piece that we're working on. So if you'll look at the front pedestal here, these are some pieces that we created just 2 days ago on the first day of his residency. And these are all deconstructed and reassembled Venetian vases. This was a project that he started in 2006 as a collaboration with James Mongrain. And it's being continued here so that he can finish this series. And we started this specific piece last night. Can we have the sketch of what we're working on up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is what we're currently working on. This is a shape that we're going for. We've already created the upper half of this piece, which is that green section you see attached to the purple handles. And we are currently working on... Yes, we were working on the bottom half of the piece yesterday, and it broke, so we are continuing it this morning, which is what is happening over on that right bench. And we just started by applying the color to our bubble through a process called a color overlay. And as they continue working, I'll continue to follow along and explain what they're doing and why. And also to start us off, I'll give just a quick overview of the hot shop, just in case some of you are wondering about the temperatures of the furnaces. So everything that we're doing in here is starting in our furnace back here by Sayuri. And inside of this furnace, we have up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's over 4 times the temperature of your oven at home. And when we gather from this furnace, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn, and it will gather a ball on the end of our pipe, kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. And our furnaces with the open faces, these are used for reheating only. There's no glass inside of those open furnaces. These are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have 2 of them on currently, so we can work at 2 benches at the same time. So all of our glass starts off as a sort of gritty, sandy mixture. It's mostly silica sand, and then there's a couple of other ingredients in it as well to kind of lower the melting point of the glass. So it melts at a, believe it or not, lower temperature of 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, if I didn't mention already, our furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. We'll be using some torches every now and then throughout this process as well, and these are running off of propane and oxygen. So at the center bench, you could see that Ben has actually opened up the end of his bubble. So now we have air that can pass all the way through the opening of the pipe, all the way out and through the glass even. So air can just continuously escape through this pipe. And I know a lot of you guys just came in, and so could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of Walt's artwork, and this is going to include some previously blown pieces that he collaborated with other artists for, and some glass painting. He is primarily a glass painter, so you'll see a lot of that up on the screen. You'll also see some sketches of what we might be working on during this residency. So once again, in the back, this is our glass furnace with that closed door. Gabe is getting another layer of clear glass over what he already has over there. So inside of this glass that Gabe has brought over to the center bench, we do have a layer of colored glass. And I know some of you might be wondering how we get the color in glass in the first place. And this technique that we use to get the color on our glass is called a color overlay. We take a piece of color bar, like this in my hand here. We melt it down and drop it onto a piece of, or a small clear bubble. We spread it evenly over top. And as you can see, we have that layer of color underneath a couple of layers of clear here. And this is just solid colored glass, that color bar. This is coming from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. And as a couple of examples, some of you might have heard of cobalt blue. So cobalt mixed into glass will give us a rich blue color. And for white, we use tin, like a tin can, and antimony. Those are two different metals on our periodic table. So at the center bench, Ben is using a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades there, and he's carving a jack line into the glass. You'll see that there's a divot formed near the pipe, and this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And this is going to be blown into a pretty round shape, just like a lot of these pieces on the front pedestal that were made a couple of days ago. So I get asked that question a lot about the different roles of the artists and things like that, but the main one that I like to mention is the person who sits down at the bench. They're called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glass-blowing team leader. And other than that, we have someone that will help heat up the glass, someone that will help blow, but for the most part, if someone needs a break, then they'll kind of switch off. There are people that are more fit for certain tasks. Like you'll usually see Sarah heating up the glass because she's really good at carrying the pipe. But if she needs a break or if somebody else wants to do a different job, then they'll kind of switch off. But these guys, they've been working together for many years, and they all have over 20 years of glassblowing experience, so they could pretty much do any role that they need to.
Hi, Nico. We all say hi. Wish you were here. Having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
And if I didn't mention already to you guys, we actually did start this piece yesterday. And so we have the first half of the piece already made, which is the smaller section on top, kind of like these guys here, the smaller blown section here. It's set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. If glass cools down or heats up too quickly, it will shatter or crack or break in some sort of way. And if you haven't noticed yet, at the center bench, Ben is simply using a stack of newspapers soaked in water to continuously shape and change the way that the bubble is going to blow out for this glass. And the stack of newspapers is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. We have this much material in between our hands and the glass. So whenever we finish a glass piece, they'll be put inside of this really big box called an annealer, and they're going to go over there today in that right one, which is this large black box on the wall over there. And they have to slowly cool down in that box at least overnight. But the thicker the glass, the longer it takes. I think the thickest glass we make in here takes a few days to cool down. And it cools down very slowly from 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So right now they're flattening the bottom of this piece so it has a nice place to sit on a flat surface such as a table, using a simple wooden paddle, also remaining on the side of the piece with the stack of newspapers still. So you may have noticed by now that as we were working with the glass earlier, the glass was orange. So you may have thought that the original color would be orange and the final color would be orange. But in this case, you could kind of think of the glass like lava. When it's molten at this temperature, it's going to glow because of how much heat is inside of it, just like lava. So it's going to start off orange, and then as it cools down, we see more and more of that true color. In this case, this piece is going to turn out a purple color. So to make different colors of glass, we have to make that colored piece of glass individually and then attach them together. And as you may remember from earlier, we use color bar for the blown sections of these pieces, which is this little section of glass I'm holding here. This is just solid colored glass. So this process right here is really interesting. We attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, and this is going to allow us to break this piece off from the pipe it was originally attached to. And the way that they're going to break it off is just by applying a little bit of water to that connecting point, and this is going to purposefully break that small section of glass, and it will break it off of the pipe. So once that connection is nice and secure and they're happy with it, you should see them apply that water and break that piece off. So there they are applying the water. Then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off. And over on the left side of the hot shop, you can see they've opened up the annealer that we were using yesterday. And this is where all of those pieces we made yesterday were slowly cooling down overnight so that they didn't break from that thermal shock. So eventually we may see some of those pieces be put out on display on these front pedestals here, but they're still cooling down enough for us to handle them right now. And since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I just want to give a quick little introduction as to what we're doing real quick. So today we do have a visiting artist, and this is Walter Leiberman. That's the man here kind of closest to me. And can I have the sketch of what we're currently working on, please? Perfect. All right, so this is the piece that we're currently working on. And I will point out this has 3 handles attached to the sides, but we're just going to have 2 for this specific piece so that there's less connections to worry about kind of making even and perfect. And we've actually already finished the upper half of the piece, that smaller blown section. And we're creating the lower half right now, which is that rounder bottom piece. And if you notice with this drawing, we actually have a disconnect between the 2 blown pieces. They're not actually going to be touching each other. The only thing that's holding them together are these handles themselves, just like these front pedestal pieces. And these were made 2 days ago on the first day of this residency. And we created all the pieces in the furnace on the far left of the hot shop with the open doors there yesterday. So we've been working hard, making as much as we can. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention. All right, so for anyone who didn't hear my introduction, today we have a visiting artist, Walter Lieberman. And I'll point him out again. He's the one who's holding this sketch at the center bench here in the brown sweatshirt. His residency started on Wednesday, and this will go through today. Today is the last day of our residency, so we're going to work as hard as we can and finish everything up. He's revisiting a series that he started in 2006 as a collaboration with James Mongrain. And this is having to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. And you can see some examples of some pieces that were made 2 days ago. They started off working with clear to kind of experiment with these forms, and then they moved on to color. And we've been working with color since. And at the center bench, this is the lower half of our piece. We actually have the upper half of this piece already created and set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So the upper half of this piece is staying nice and warm in here at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock, which is when glass cools too quickly or heats up too quickly. So next, they're just marking exactly where they want to place these handles for the piece. And they have to make sure that these are pretty on point to make sure that we have symmetry with the piece. And once we have the handles on this lower half of the piece, we'll be able to pull that second half out heat it up lightly, and then attach the two together. So we are pretty close with this project here. And if anyone ever has any questions, even if it's for our visiting artist, Walt, feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention. I'll come right over. So on the right here, Gabe is getting started on those handles that are going to be attached to the kind of upper half of this piece at the center bench here. And these handles are specifically Roman handles, so if we hold out 3 fingers all next to each other like this, we have these 3 humps, and then these 2 lines right down the middle of our fingers, and this is exactly what that Roman handle design is going to look like. So now Gabe has just brought over that first handle, and this is attached to the upper part of the piece and then dragged all the way up and past the opening. And this is because we want to connect those 2 pieces together. We don't want the 2 pieces to be physically touching each other, just joined by the handles. And could I have that design once again up on the screen, please? All right, could I please have the slideshow of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of Walt's previously made artwork, and he is mostly a glass painter, so you're going to see a lot of that glass painting, as well as some previously made blown projects when he's collaborated with other artists before. And you'll also see some sketches of what we may be working on for our last day of the residency. So we have to constantly keep our glass moving, so we're constantly turning the pipe, and this is spinning the piece over and over and over again. And we want to make sure to continuously do this because the glass is moving slowly over time. So if we stop turning, you can imagine it's just going to fall, 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 and it's going to fall off center, fall towards the floor. We want to keep it on center so that it's nice and even. And here comes Gabe with that second handle now. And mirroring that first side they created, they attach this to the upper part of the piece and then pull this past the opening. So while they're keeping this piece nice and warm at the center bench, as I briefly mentioned earlier, we have the upper half of the piece already made, and it's sitting inside of the garage, which is that large silver box that Gabe is standing in front of. And he's heating up that upper half of the piece, getting it ready to attach to the centerpiece. So over on the left side of the hot shop, if you're wondering what Gabe is doing, sorry, the right side of the hot shop for you guys, he is cooling down the pipe using just a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water, sets the pipe inside of it, and it splashes water up onto the pipe. So now he can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And right now the glass is pretty solid, probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So he was just briefly going in, maybe flicking off a little particle, which we don't recommend because it is 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but these guys practically have no nerve endings in their hands anymore. So once they're ready to attach these two pieces together, all they have to do is start heating up those handles just where they're going to connect that smaller piece. They want to maintain control over these pieces, so if they heat everything up all at the same time, it's all going to be moving around, which is why we're just going to use a focused flame on just those little connection points. You'll be able to see that pretty soon here. And continuously, as we're working with our glass in any sort of way, we're always going in and out of the furnace over and over again. This is called flashing, just making sure that we're keeping the piece nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that we don't get any thermal shock. And I know some of you may not have heard of this yet, so our torch that we're using is running at around the same temperature as the furnace. You'll notice we're just using the torch to heat up specific areas of the glass at a time. So in this case, we're heating up the back end of the pieces, kind of where they're connected to the pipe, just making sure that there's a balanced heat, because the back of the piece is the last thing going in the furnace. First thing coming out, it is naturally the coldest area of the glass. These torches run around the same temperature as the furnace. As I mentioned, these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So at the center bench, I want to point out that they're using this small handheld torch here to heat up just those connection points, as I briefly mentioned. And now they've just brought that first piece over, and this is placed right into the middle of those two arms, or those two handles. And it looks like that was a very good fit and a very good connection. We have those two pieces together. Once that connection sets up a little bit, stops moving around so much, they apply some water to this second pipe here and break this second pipe off. So now we have those two pieces connected. And they just have to continue to keep this entire piece nice and warm. And now all they have to work on is the opening of the piece, this little neck at the top. All right, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I see quite a few new faces in here. As you can see, we are pretty far along in this piece that we are working on right now. This is a piece that we actually started yesterday. We created the upper part of this piece here, and now we've worked on the lower half of the piece and connected the two together. And now the only part of the piece we need to finish off is this little neck here. We want to kind of flare it open a little bit, get rid of some excess glass. For those of you who saw us disconnect that pipe just a moment ago, whenever we disconnect a pipe, we kind of have some thick glass left behind around that opening. So they're just going to get rid of a little bit of that excess glass. And over on the left side of the hot shop, those are the pieces that we worked on yesterday. They've been cooling down overnight so that they don't break from thermal shock, and now we can actually see them. And these ones were made on Wednesday, 2 days ago. That was the first day of our visiting artist residency. This is our visiting artist up in the front here, Walt Leiberman. And this is a series of pieces that he started in 2006. And it was actually a collaboration with a man named James Mongrain. And he's continuing it here at the Museum of Glass to hopefully finish up the series. Now, Walt is primarily a glass painter, so as you can see, our Museum of Glass team, the hot shop team, is completing these pieces that he's designed, and you can see some of his sketches up on the walls near the furnaces as well. And could I have the slideshow of Walt's artwork real quick, please? So we should have a little bit of time before they finish this piece. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of some of Walt's other artwork that he's made before. And he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum as well, which is really close by to us here. So if you are curious about seeing some more of his work, then go ahead and check that out. Now, if anyone ever has any questions about the art process or any questions for our visiting artist who has designed all of this glass, once again, Walt Leiberman, feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention, and I will come right over. And for any newcomers, that large fluffy flame that we just used there is one torch that we may use in the hot shop to heat up just a specific area of the glass at a time. And this is our second one that you'll mainly see. That large fluffy flame, though, this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And our smaller torch that he was just using there is actually a bit more powerful. It's a more focused hot flame, and we can use this to create some smaller details or just heat up a really small area of glass at a time. And this torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, technically making it the hottest item in the hot shop. So right here, you can tell that we're getting ready to break this piece off the pipe once we start torching all of our connecting areas and the back end of the pipe where the glass itself is attached to the pipe. And we also have Gabe, who is dressed up in his Kevlar gloves over by the furnace there. He just preheated them lightly before coming over. And to break this piece off, just like earlier, they apply some water to the connecting point, causing some cracking and breaking from thermal shock, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. So this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And a good example of this is over on the left side of the hot shop. These were made yesterday. They're still a little bit too hot to handle, so they're still sitting and cooling down. But at this point, they are okay in room temperature. And we should get started on our next project relatively soon here, but they'll usually have a little bit of discussion as to what exactly they're going to make, what colors they'll work with, and how many connection points they need. We'll usually start our projects on the side benches, starting with our color application process. We've been using a special technique called a color overlay. So you'll be able to see that pretty soon here. And this is definitely a good time for questions, if anyone has any questions about the glass process or questions for the visiting artist. All right, so it looks like we're getting started on our next project already. And at the center bench, you could see a sketch of this project that we're getting started on. We'll usually work on that smaller upper piece first, and then we'll set it aside as we work on the lower half of our piece, or the pink form in this case. And then we'll pull the first piece back out and attach them together, just like we did with that last one here. So at the center bench, we're heating up some color on the end of a pipe, and this is all starting with something called color bar. This is just some solid colored glass through and through, and our colors are coming from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself. We don't do the mixing ourselves, we just have it shipped in this bar form, but it comes from just a couple of examples: cobalt to make cobalt blue, and then maybe tin and antimony, just like a tin can, to create this white. And those are just a couple of examples, but we can create the whole rainbow of colors. So at the center bench, Gabe has a small clear bubble on the end of his hollow pipe. And onto this, they're just going to drop this small bit of color that has been prepared. And it looks like this is a little bit too much color, so sometimes they'll section it off like they are right now. We want to use as little color as we can for pretty much any project, because colored glass is actually pretty expensive due to the metals that have to be mixed in. So now that color has just been brought over, and this is being dropped right on top of that small clear bubble and then cut off. And this is going to be pressed down before eventually being rolled onto a large metal table here called the marver. And this is going to eventually completely roll back to cover up that clear bubble. And for any newcomers, could we have some of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? So for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, we'll have a slideshow going up on the screen of our visiting artist Walt's artwork. So you'll see lots of glasses throughout this slideshow, and a lot of these are meant for drinking champagne in the bathtubs. They actually float on the surface of the water and allows you to be able to have both at the same time without spilling your drink. And you'll also notice that there's a lot of glass paintings up on the screen as well. So Walt is primarily a glass painter, I will mention. So I know a lot of you may not have been in a hot shop before, so I'm just going to give a quick little rundown of the hot shop itself, especially for anyone new that's recently joined. So in the back here, this is where we're gathering all of our clear glass for working with. And this is coming from our glass furnace. It's a large tank with a closed door. And I'm just pointing at the one that we're using today. This other one on the left is currently charging, so we call it. So it's heating up and melting down a glass mixture inside of it. But this is the one we're using over here. It holds about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn. And when we do that, it gathers a ball of glass on the end, kind of like sticking a wooden dowel inside of a honey pot. And then our open face furnaces here, these are used for only reheating. We have one for each bench, and we have 2 on currently so that we can work at 2 benches at the same time. So there's not really a significant difference between those furnaces there. And these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how quickly we need to heat the glass up, for example, how thick the glass might be. Later on, we'll be using some torches to heat our glass as well. But our furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. Our torches later on will be running off of propane and oxygen. And over on that right bench, we did something called a color overlay, as some of you may remember, which is when we applied that color and then rolled it on the table. And this is rolling that color back. And this gave us a really smooth, even layer of color. You can see up on the screen a really good visual of that color inside of our clear glass. And we'll gather over this probably one more time before we're ready to blow this out into that final shape. And this is going to be the drawing that we have at the center bench. And we're currently working on the upper part of the piece, which is that orange part of the piece. And the colors may or may not be accurate for this piece on the drawing. I think that the drawings have different solid colors just so that we can pinpoint what areas to work on and talk about. So in this case, I can easily talk about we're working on the orange section, and you can see it's actually not connected to the lower blown piece. The only parts of the piece that are going to be connected are just the handles themselves that are attached to those marbles. The blown pieces are not going to physically touch each other. And so these are going to be kind of delicately balanced pieces. We have to be pretty careful when making these. Some of you may remember the final piece, or sorry, the last piece that we made, its final moments. And I just want to remind everyone that if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about the process, or it can even be questions for our visiting artist, who once again is Walt Leiberman over on the left side of the hot shop there. He created all of these designs for these pieces that we're making today. All right, so at the center bench, Ben is now going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And once we move a bubble over to the center bench, you realize that we started on the side and then moved to the center. This means that we have all the glass and all the color that we need and we're ready to blow it out. So now we are blowing it out into that sort of bullet shape for that orange section of the piece. So when Ben is going in with this pair of jacks here, you'll notice that he cinched down a little bit, and this has created a divot in the glass, and this is where we will remove this piece later on from the pipe. This is called a jack line. And over on the right bench, we're actually working on another part of the piece. So you'll notice with this piece, we have these clear marbles attached on top of the handles. Those are being prepared on the right bench by Gabe. And whenever these marbles are finished, they're going to be carried over to the garage right here, which is this large silver box. And they're going to stay nice and warm in here at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that they don't crack or break from thermal shock while we're working on the rest of the piece. So later on, when we are ready, we'll just pull them back out and attach them to the side of our piece at the center bench here. And at the center bench, after heating this glass up, you're going to see Ben hang the pipe down with the glass towards the ground a few times here. And this is purposefully using gravity as another one of our tools, basically. So we're stretching this glass out, creating a longer, narrower shape. And at the center bench, I haven't mentioned these yet, but Ben is just using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. That is what this pad is here. And I always like to mention these. We use them to kind of guide which way we want a piece to blow out. So obviously this time we want a really long, kind of narrow shape. So we're staying on the side of the bubble. And this is continuing that really long and narrow shape. If we were to hold it on the bottom, this would create a wider, squatter shape. So depending on which areas of the glass we heat up, and depending on what shape we want, you'll see them use the newspapers in different ways. But this is as close as we could get to using our hands to shape the glass. And just in case any new people have joined, I want to just go over who we have in the hot shop today. So today we do have a special visiting artist, Walter Leiberman, and that is the man standing near the center bench here. And he is actually a Museum of Glass employee, I will point out. He usually does this job that I'm doing right now, where he talks to the audience and educates them. But he's able to come in for a residency this time around, so that's really cool. He's done this a couple of times before, having a residency here at the museum. But this one started on Wednesday. This is our last day of the residency, so we're going to work on our final projects today. And he's revisiting a series he started in 2006 this time. And this was a collaboration with James Mongrain. And the idea for this series is deconstructing and reassembling Venetian-based designs, which you can definitely see with these pieces on the front pedestal here. These were all made 2 days ago on our first day of the residency here. And those are our pieces that we made yesterday, actually, still slightly cooling down to room temperature. So since these were made yesterday, they usually take about overnight to cool down. And it really depends on the thickness of the glass. So the thicker the glass is, the longer it takes to cool down. I think here they try to limit it to up to around a few days and nothing thicker. Otherwise, they don't have an annealer to use for their next projects. But usually it's just about overnight. And each of these pieces that we made took about an hour and a half to make each. So we've been able to make about 4 of these pieces a day. And right here, Ben is actually grabbing onto the end of the bubble using a pair of diamond shears. These are called diamond shears because they have 4 blades that come together to make the shape of a diamond, of course. And using this can kind of hold onto the glass as a handle itself and pull away. And he's trying to create more of a point on the end of this shape, just like our image that we have in front of the furnace there. And this nozzle here is blowing some compressed air, kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. This is going to kind of cool that glass down faster than if we were to just leave it alone. So sometimes we'll use this to cool down that glass pretty quickly. Now, at some point, I was talking to the visiting artist maybe a day or two ago about these pieces, and I just thought I'd share with you all that the idea of these pieces is when you're looking at them from far away, they look like they're a sort of ordinary Venetian vase. It just looks like a vase with these really beautiful, delicate handles, maybe multiple colors. But then as you get closer, you realize that there is something special about them. They have this disconnect. The body of the two pieces do not actually touch each other. The only thing holding them together is just the handles themselves. So these are pretty delicately balanced. And I just like to point that idea out, that it's a little bit of like a trick of the eye. So now that they have the body of this upper piece, they have to mark where they're going to place those marbles on the side. They want it to be pretty similar to that image, so they have to make sure that it's the correct positioning of those marbles so that it balances perfectly on the handles of the lower piece, of course. And we are going to be attaching two of these on opposite sides. We also have to make sure that they are mirroring each other, that it's symmetrical. So now we have our two marbles assembled onto our first blown piece. Now, whenever we're finished with this first piece that we're working on at the center bench here, this is going to be set aside in the garage just like the marbles were earlier, which once again is this large silver box here. And this whole piece is going to stay nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock while we create the second half of our piece. Could I have the examples of some of those floating glasses up on the screen, please? Some of the martini glasses, some of the champagne glasses. Thank you. So there's that champagne glass up on the screen. And Walt was telling me that these are meant to like float in a bathtub so you could kind of relax and drink your champagne at the same time. Thank you. All right, so for those of you that recently joined, I want to update you a little bit that we're creating the piece that's at the center bench here, pasted up in front of our furnace there. And we've already created that orange section of the piece, and we even attached these little clear marbles to the side of that blown piece. So now we're getting started on the lower part of the body, which is going to be that larger round blown form. And then these two pieces will eventually be assembled and attached together. And as you could see, based off of this drawing, the first piece that we created, the orange one, is going to kind of nest inside of our second piece, but they're not actually going to be physically touching each other. The only thing that's touching are the handles. Those are our only points of connection. And so we did something called a color overlay to get our really smooth, even layer of color for both sections of these pieces. And that's when we take a piece of color bar, which I have in my hand here. It's just some solid colored glass through and through. We'll melt down a section of it and then drop it onto a small clear bubble and then spread this over top of the bubble, kind of completely covering the clear bubble. And you can see up on the screen that clear layer of separation where the clear is attached to the pipe, and then we have the color over the bubble further out. So sometimes after gathering out of that clear furnace there, we have to kind of stick our pipe deeply inside of that furnace, and the heat will start to kind of travel up the pipe. And so over there, Gabe was just using a pipe cooler real quick. It's just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, and it cools it down almost instantly. So now we can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And now that we have all the glass that we need for this lower section of the piece, this is brought over to the center bench where we'll start to blow this out and turn it into that round shape that you see on that sketch there. And usually after gathering a layer of clear, you'll see them use this wooden spoon-shaped tool that they've used a couple times here. And this is called a block. It's usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. As you saw, this kind of smoothed and evened out the surface of the glass. And now, as we blow, this is going to make sure that that bubble blows out evenly. And Ben right now is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to kind of guide which way this is going to blow out and continue to shape the bubble as it's blown out. And this large fluffy flame here runs around the same temperature as our furnace, which is between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This torch allows us to heat up one section of the glass at a time, allowing us to apply extra heat to alter one area or to balance heat out by heating up a cold area. And next, Ben goes in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here. And he is carving a line or a divot in the glass, kind of near that connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And it is a pretty quick process, but Sarah is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe there every now and then. And this is inflating the glass pretty quickly, so they don't need to do this continuously for very long. Now at the center bench here, this is something you won't see super often. After heating that glass up, Ben hung it down, which is using gravity as a tool, kind of pulling it down, stretching it out, kind of creating a narrower shape. But then he also actually spun the pipe, and this is creating centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from spinning. And that's just stretching that glass even further than if we were to just hang it down on its own. So they just flattened the bottom of this piece real quick using a simple wooden paddle. And you saw that they were kind of sandwiching the glass in between two tools at the same time. That's really pushing it into that nice crisp corner. When the glass is in a semi-fluid state like this, if we push one direction, it's going to want to go in another direction. And to prevent that, we have to kind of force it into a sharper angle. Now this nozzle here is just blowing some compressed air onto the glass, and this is going to cool it down more rapidly than if we were to just leave it alone to cool down at room temperature. And they were blowing that compressed air onto the very bottom of the piece because they want that to maintain its shape that it already has. They don't want the bottom of the piece to blow out any further. They just wanted to create that little bit of a rounder shape as you saw when they were blowing. So using this large torch once again, they're just heating up the back end of the piece that they want to blow out. And you guys saw them hang the pipe down earlier to stretch the glass. Well, this is going to have the opposite effect. Holding the glass up towards the ceiling is going to slump the glass down onto itself, creating a wider, squatter shape. And since there are a couple of new people here and there, I just want to quickly talk about our visiting artist again and put up some of his work. So could I have that slideshow of Walt's artwork, please? So today we have visiting artist Walter Lieberman, and he's actually one of the Museum of Glass employees. He's usually doing the job that I'm doing right here, educating the audience as an MC. His residency started on Wednesday, and this is the last day of his residency here. We're finishing up his series that he started in 2006 as a collaboration between himself and James Mongrain. And this series has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian-based designs, which you could see based off of these pieces that were created on Wednesday on the front pedestal right here. And these are pieces that we made yesterday in the annealer on the left side of the hot shop there. You can kind of see them all laid out. And up on the screen, a little slideshow of his artwork's been going. You'll notice that there's a lot of glass paintings up there. He is primarily a glass painter. And if I didn't mention already, he currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close to us here next to the Museum of Glass. So if you're interested in checking out more of his work, then feel free to head over there as well. And for anyone that recently joined, I just want to remind you all that if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for our visiting artist, Walter Lieberman, once again, feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention. I will come right over. So just as some of you guys joined, they were working on finishing up the foot for this piece. Once again, the sketch by the furnace that they're using is what we're working on. You can see it has a little bit of a foot to it on the bottom. So they were just working on creating that. And we've already created the upper portion of this piece, that orange section with the clear marbles on the sides. And this is set aside in the garage right here, this large silver box, and it's staying nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock while we're creating the rest of our piece. And now it looks like they're satisfied with the lower half of the shape of this piece that they've created. They're happy with how round it is and the foot of this piece. So next they need to attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece and then break it off the pipe it's currently attached to. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece and give us access to the other side. And at the center bench here, you could see that Ben is using a piece of chalk to mark the center of the bottom of this piece. This is just going to help them line up that second pipe properly, making sure they hit center. So now they've just brought that second pipe over. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called a pumptee. This is a very simple one with just a small clear attachment on the end of a solid pipe. This is attached right to the center of the bottom. And then as soon as that connection sets up and is a little bit more solid, all they have to do to break it off is apply some water to the previous connection, causing purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. So there they are applying the water, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe. That should break that piece cleanly off. So now we do have access to the other side of the piece, as you could see, and we have access to an opening of the piece as well. So we're going to start opening this up and flaring it out a little bit. Sorry, not flaring it out, just opening it up wide enough for our first section of the piece to fit inside. So that right there that just happened, Gabe just brought over a piece of color on the end of a pipe, and he brought it over really hot and applied this around the opening to the piece, and this is called a lip wrap because they've touched it down on the lip or the opening of the piece, and then they've wrapped it all the way around. So now they have a rim of a separate color going all the way around the opening of the piece. Yeah, sorry guys, I turned my back when that happened, which is why I didn't explain it, but you guys caught me, thank you. Now, as you can see, whenever they heat this piece up, they're just heating up the front half of the piece. The back end of the piece, they are completely satisfied with, and they don't feel the need to alter that any further. Now, this tool that Ben is using here, these are the Pachofis. You'll notice they look really similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have wooden blades this time, and he can use the wooden blades on the inside of the piece. He can even use the tips of the blades, and this is not going to cause any gouging or scraping on the inside of that soft glass. So this is how we gently open up a piece to that really smooth, round shape that they're going for. So this tool here, this is the Sophietta, and the cone will block off the opening of the piece, and it allows them to blow just a little bit more air into the piece. As you saw, this is kind of inflating the shoulder and rounding that shape back out a little bit. And once they're happy with the shape of this piece here, all they have to do is attach those handles that you see in the image by the furnace, those little curved handles. And I see a few new people here and there, so I just want to give a little quick introduction. We do have a visiting artist today with us, and that is Walt Leiberman. That's the man sitting in the chair close to the front here. And he's actually a Museum of Glass MC, which is the job that I'm doing right here, right now. So it's pretty cool that he has this opportunity to come in and create some of his own designs. And this residency of his started on Wednesday. This is the last day of his residency, sadly, so we're working hard, making as much as we can. And this residency, he is revisiting a series he started in 2006, which has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian-based designs. And you can see some examples of what we are creating on the front pedestal here. These were made on Wednesday, on the first day of our residency. And then over on the left side of the hot shop, those were all created yesterday. We started using a lot more color once we were comfortable with the process and how everything was coming together and lining up. And what's special about these pieces is they look as if they may be normal Venetian vases from a distance, but as you come closer, you will realize that there's this disconnect between the two blown pieces. So this top piece is hovering inside of the bottom piece. The only connection points between the two are just the handles themselves. So these are very delicately balanced, pretty tricky to make sure that they're not going to break. And could I actually have some of Walt's art up on the screen, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of some of our visiting artist artwork, Walt Leiberman once again. And you'll notice there's a lot of glass painting up on the screen. He is primarily a glass painter, but there's also going to be some previously made blown glass forms as well, and these were collaborations with other artists that he's made. And he's had work displayed in many different places, but just to name a few, he's had work displayed at the Corning Museum of Glass and the Metropolitan in New York, which is pretty big. And he also has a piece currently on display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close to us down here. So if you want to check that out, it is there for you to see. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for our visiting artist, Walt, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And right here, Ben is going in with a piece of chalk, and he's just marking exactly where he wants those handles to go. So while they keep this piece nice and warm at the center bench, over on the right bench, Gabe is getting started on those handles that are going to be attached to the sides. And something interesting about these handles is these are Roman handles. So if you were to look closely at these designs here, you would see that we have 3 humps and 2 lines in between those humps, kind of like holding 3 fingers out side by side by side. So now Gabe has just brought that first handle over, and this is going to be placed just above the halfway point of the piece and then pulled up and towards the opening of the piece. So they're starting at the handle on the lower end and finishing it on the higher end. And this is going to allow them to get a nice little curl in the handle. And since these pieces are just going to have those two connecting points, all we need is two handles. So they just have to attach one more, mirroring the first side that they created, and just making sure that they are perfectly spaced apart. And it's really important that they make sure that these are pretty much exactly across from each other, because they do have to line them up with the piece we made earlier and those two little marble attachments, as you may remember. And for anyone that recently joined, we did create the upper part of this piece, which is that orange piece with the marbles attached to each other. And this is set aside in the garage, this large silver box right here, just staying nice and warm, waiting for us to pull it out and use it for the rest of this piece. And now Gabe has just come over with our second and final handle for this piece. So now that they have these two handles on the upper side of this piece, over on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is starting to heat up our first section of the piece, which you remember is the orange section with the marbles. And we have to heat this up lightly. There's a little flame in the corner here on the inside of this box that you can't see. This is just going to heat it up enough so that when we pull it out, it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock, just to be exposed to the air, just by being exposed to the air.
Can you hear me, Chris? There you go. The temperature is about 600 to 610 Celsius.
Now, over on the right of the hot shop, you might be wondering, because you can't see what's going on over there, but Gabe is using a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water, splashing water up onto the pipe. And this is just going to cool it down so he can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. Most likely it started to get hot after sitting inside of that 1,000-degree box for quite a little bit of time. So right there, they were just checking the alignment of the two pieces, making sure that the handles and the marbles are lined up correctly and will connect securely. And once they're happy with how those are lined up, maybe they need to alter it a little bit, maybe it's just right, then they'll start heating up just those little connecting areas at the top of the handle and at the bottom of the marbles over on the right. So now they've just brought that second piece over yet again. Checking how it's lined up now. And now they just have to do a little bit more adjusting. It's really important that they get this perfect on the first try because once those pieces are connected, it's really difficult to remove them. It is technically possible to remove two pieces of glass from each other, but this is going to cause breakage and imperfection in those connecting points. And just in case anyone hasn't seen it, could I have some of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? So for anyone new that's joined, up on the screen there's some of our visiting artist artwork, Walter Lieberman. And there's some examples of his glass painting. He is mostly a glass painter, but he has collaborated with artists in the past to create some of these blown objects that you see up on screen as well. So now it looks like they are ready to attach these two pieces together. Or not quite. So they're just going to continue heating up those connecting points. And I will point out this torch while I'm at it right here. The small handheld torch that they're using here is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass. It's over double the heat of the furnaces, which are running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch will very quickly heat up a small area of the glass, and it allows us to get some fine details, or in this case, just attach these two pieces together. So now they've just attached these two pieces together, and to break away this second unnecessary pipe, they just apply a little bit of water and then tap that pipe. That breaks that pipe cleanly off. So now we have the two pieces assembled cleanly together. And continuously while they're working on any part of the piece, they're always going in and out of the furnace, making sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock. And at this point, it's especially important that they do that because we have those really small, fragile connections that want to cool down and they want to break apart. So they use the wooden paddles for multiple things. After they broke away that second pipe earlier, they used the wooden paddles to gently balance the piece and push it on center again. And sometimes they'll use the wooden paddles like they are right here. This is called shielding. They're just shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat of the glass. The glass is really hot, so if we're near it, it is emitting heat, and sometimes it's so hot it will emit light, which is why the piece will glow orange when we're working with the glass. And a lot of our wooden tools are usually made out of cherry wood, which is just a little bit harder of a wood, so it burns a little bit slower. So right now they're just working on the opening of this piece. As you could see, they're happy with the shape and the angle of how everything is turning out. They've just trimmed the opening of this piece off using a pair of shears, just trimming off some excess thick glass around the opening. And after this is all straightened out and they're happy with how everything looks, you'll be able to see how they break this piece off to be put away. Now, these two tiny paddles are actually made out of cork wood, and we use these to maybe make slight adjustments to the angle of the glass or to smooth out areas of the glass. In this case, it looks like the handles were kind of pulling the glass into a little bit of an oval shape with the neck. Some of you may have seen that. So they're just trying to correct that and create a perfect circle again. So the inside shape for this piece is completely different from any of the ones we've made so far. They were just trying to make it a perfect circle again. With these pieces, they were a little bit thicker walled, and we also have 3 connection points, so it's not trying to pull in 2 different directions with those ones. But this one, we have thin walls, and we have those 2 connection points, so it's trying to pull in just those directions. And some of you might be wondering why we use wood tools at all if they're just going to burn from the heat. And this is because the wood is actually a very insulating material. If we have a cold metal tool touched to hot glass, it will kind of suck the heat out of the glass, and it could cause cracking and breaking from thermal shock. It could cause rippling in really hot glass. So with the wood, it's going to allow the glass to maintain more of its heat and prevent any of that thermal shocking. Oh, that's a good question. I'll speak on my microphone so you can hear me. Lady was just asking about the shape of this building, so I'll share with everyone else as well. So this cone is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here called wigwam burners or beehive burners. And so this building shape is kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be for and the history of the area. Now the cone is large and tilted on its side simply to give us a lot of floor space and a lot of audience space. But other than that, a beehive burner or a wigwam burner would be facing straight up. And you can always tell when they're getting ready to break a piece off because you'll see somebody get suited up in these special Kevlar gloves, like you could see over on the right side of the hot shop. So Gabe is going to pick this piece up off the end of the pipe to be put away, and those gloves are going to protect him from the heat of the glass. And even though we still have those gloves on, we can still kind of feel the heat, so we can only hold it for a brief amount of time. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, they just apply some water to that connecting point, causing some shocking and cracking, and then tap the pipe, and this should break that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a huge round of applause for completing that piece. So they lightly torch the bottom of the piece before putting it away to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, and this is going to rest in there at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. I just want to thank our incredible Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. I want you to give them a hand. Sarah Gilbert, Sayuri Fukuda, Ben Cobb, and Gabe Feenan, and Kristen Elliott. These guys are super talented. You have no idea how hard this stuff is, even for them after 25 or 30 years. So thank you for coming. Have a good lunch.
And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. If you were here earlier, you may remember that we made this form at the center bench here that's in front of the furnace on that drawing. And we're actually going to be making that same form again, but we're going to be using some different colors this time. We're planning on doing a violet, I believe, for that orange section that you see in the image. And then the rest of the entire piece is going to be clear. So it's going to look as if there's a colorful piece kind of just floating. And something special about all these pieces, as you'll see with the pieces on the front pedestal here, is that the main blown bodies are not actually physically touching each other. The only way that these are assembled is with these little handles connecting the two pieces together. So it means that these pieces are pretty tricky and pretty fragile. So far we've been pretty successful. And like I said, we're getting started on this one right now. We'll just start with the first blown piece, which is the top portion, the violet portion. And then we'll move on to the lower blown piece and eventually attach the two together. And I'll talk about our visiting artist a little bit. So when he comes back out, I'll point him out to you. But today we have visiting artist Walt Leiberman. And he's actually a Museum of Glass employee as well. So he'll usually do this job that I'm doing right here, talking to you guys. And his residency started on Wednesday. This is the last day of his residency here, so we're going to finish up as many things as we can. And specifically, he's revisiting a series he started in 2006 as a collaborator with James Mongrain. And it's being continued here, hopefully, to finish the series. And the series has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. So if you were to look at these from far away, you would kind of think that they just look like a normal Venetian vase with these pretty handles on the side, but you come closer and you realize there's a disconnect between the two blown forms, and it's actually a little bit more complex than what you had originally thought. And that little slideshow that was going before we came in was all of Walt's artwork. Walt is primarily a glass painter, so you saw a lot of those glass paintings, as well as some previously made blown pieces when he's collaborated with other glass artists in the past. And it looks like we're going to get started with a color drop or color overlay to get that violet color. And this is all starting with that little piece of color that Sayuri has on the end of her pipe over there. This is going to be heated up and then simply dropped on top of a small clear bubble. And then they'll evenly spread this over top of that bubble to create a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And a good example of this is this piece up in the front here. You can see there's no blemishing, no patterning. It's just very smooth and even, rich color. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or any questions for a visiting artist who is right in the front here, Walter Lieberman, feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention. I will come right over. And over on the right, you could see they've just heated up that color and dropped it onto the small clear bubble. And some colors are really rich, so we have to use a smaller amount of them so that we can actually see through that color. Could I have some of the kids design glass stills? Like still pictures of the kids design glass? So for any other kids 12 and under in the audience, you could participate in something called Kids Design Glass. You draw on the back of a special paper and write a little bit of information about that drawing, such as the title and the description. And you can submit it for the chance for it to be turned into blown glass here in the hot shop. And it's a completely free experience. I like to emphasize that. They create one for the museum to keep and one for the kids' family to take home. So if anyone's interested, there are forms here that I can give out, and there's also forms out in the education area of the museum. Thank you. All right, so over on that right bench, they have applied that color, and right now Gabe is rolling it on this metal table called the marver. The marver is just pushing that color back to cover up the clear bubble, so it's just giving us that really smooth, even layer. And once we have that, we have to let it cool down before gathering our next layer of clear glass over top of that, basically sandwiching the color in between multiple layers of clear. So after letting that glass cool down a little bit, Gabe has taken one more gather of clear and is going over to a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashing water up onto that pipe and cooling it down. After we gather clear, sometimes we have to stick the pipe kind of deeply inside of that 2100 degree Fahrenheit furnace. And so the heat will start to kind of travel up towards our hands. And after getting a fresh gather of clear, you'll usually see them use this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called the block, usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And that right there, that's an example of the glass blowers actually blowing into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. And it happens really quickly, as you just saw, so it's really easy to miss, which is why I pointed it out. So this is going to slowly be blown out more and more over time. And just as a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or the building we're in, or questions for our visiting artist who has designed all of these glass pieces, please feel free to grab my attention. Now in the back over there, Gabe has just gathered one more layer of clear glass, and he's actually hung the glass upside down, allowing a lot of it to drip right back off. And this is called a strip gather. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. Since this top portion of the piece is pretty small, we don't really need a ton of glass for this part. So this should be all the glass that we need. And for those that just joined in, I see a couple of new faces. I'm just going to point out at the center bench, we have this design up in front of the furnace, and this is what we're currently working on. We're working on the top section first, which is that long tube shape. And the color of this tube is going to be violet for this piece, and the rest of the piece is just going to remain clear. The handles, the marbles, and the bottom of the piece will all be transparent. And while they blow this piece out at the center bench to create the tube, over on the right bench, it looks like Gabe is working on some marbles. You could see that up on the screen as well. And these are just going to remain clear. Once again, those are the marbles that are attached to the sides of the tube. Now at the center bench, before they continue blowing this shape out, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and he's carving a divot into the glass, kind of near the connection where the glass meets the pipe. And this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe in a little bit of time. And now after heating this glass up one more time, Ben has hung the pipe down towards the floor. And as you can see, this has given us a longer, narrower shape, just like the tube that we're going for. So we're basically using gravity as another one of our tools. That large fluffy flame, I haven't mentioned it yet, but it's running at around the same temperature as our furnaces at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch allows us to heat one specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So sometimes we need extra heat in one area, sometimes we need to balance a cold area of the glass out. And after finishing each of these marbles on the right bench, this is carried over to the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And we're going to use this a couple of times today, but right now the marbles are going to rest in there, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that they don't crack or break from thermal shock. So while we're finishing up this small section of the piece, they'll rest in there, staying nice and warm. Then whenever we're ready, we just pull it back out and heat it up before placing it on the side of this tube. And welcome to the few who just joined us in the hot shop. Right now we have a visiting artist with us, and his name is Walt Leiberman. That's the man up in the front here, closer to the right side of the hot shop. If you ever have any questions for him about his glass designs for these last few days, feel free to grab my attention and I'll grab him for you. But just giving you guys a little bit of information on what we're currently working on. If you take a look at the center bench, we have this design up in front of the furnace there, and that's what we're currently working on. The colors are not exact to what we're doing right at this moment. This is going to become a violet color at the center bench here, and then the rest of the piece is going to be clear. And this is the tube part that's kind of on the top of the piece here. We've just started this piece. And this is a series that Walt is revisiting that he started as a collaboration with James Mongrain in 2006. It's being continued here to hopefully finish this series. And could I actually have the slideshow of Walt's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, there's just going to be a quick little slideshow of our visiting artist artwork if you haven't seen it already. And he is primarily a glass painter, so you'll see a lot of those glass paintings up there, as well as some previously made blown artwork from collaborations. And there will also be some sketches of some things that we will possibly work on for this residency. Now, the series has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs, which you can definitely see with these pieces. the blown bodies of these pieces have this disconnect. They're not physically attached to each other. The only thing holding them together is the handles that are attached to the sides. So if you were to look inside, it's almost like the top piece is hovering over the opening. So it looks like they're happy with the shape of this first blown section. So they're going to start heating up the individual marbles and placing them onto the side of this piece. So at the center bench, Ben is going to be using this small handheld torch here. And first off, he's heating up these pair of tongs to pick up the marbles. We don't want to touch semi-cold glass with a cold metal tool, otherwise we could get thermal shock from the glass cooling too quickly. So Gabe has come over with our first marble. And this is broken off, and he's just heating up the bottom of the marble right where it's going to be connected to the side of the piece. This torch is super hot. This is going to superheat and practically melt that section of the glass so it sticks like glue. This torch is the hottest item in the hot shop. If I didn't mention it already, it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's just going to be 2 of these marbles and 2 of these connection points between the top and the bottom piece. So now we just have 1 more marble to place down, and this has to mirror the other side so that all of the pieces line up perfectly later on and everything is connected smoothly. So now we have both of our marbles applied onto the sides of this single blown piece. And for the few that just joined, I just want to point out real quick, in front of the furnace we have a design of what we're currently working on. And we're just working on that orange section first, and then we'll work on that lower blown piece, the pink section. But I will specify this section we're working on right now is technically a violet, and the rest of the piece is going to be clear. And now that that upper part of the piece has been finished, this is set aside in the garage, just like we did with the marbles earlier. And this is going to rest in here until we have that lower part of the piece created with those handles on the top. And then we'll be able to simply pull it back out, heat up the connection points, and attach the two together. So now we're going to get started on blowing the larger round portion on the bottom. And once again, over on that right bench, Gabe is getting started on our larger section of this blown piece, and this is all going to remain clear. So he's going to have to gather a couple more layers of that clear in order to have enough mass for this piece. And each time after gathering a layer of clear, we'll always see them use that block, which is the wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is going to smooth and even out all of the surface and the fresh glass they just gathered. It's going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And next, it looks like Gabe is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And do you think we could have a little bit of a camera view of that? Oh, perfect. Didn't even have to ask. All right, so up on the screen, you can see a pretty good view of that stack of newspaper soaked in water now. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it is very commonly used in the hot shop. We'll use it for blown pieces such as this. We'll use it for solid pieces, but it's pretty much as close as you can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And some of you may remember from earlier, but we do start our bubbles on the side benches, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench where we start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. So it looks like we do have enough glass for this piece. It's been brought over to the center bench, and we'll start to blow it out to create that round bottom. So right now, Ben is using that stack of newspapers to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out as somebody else is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe. And the glass is really soft right now, so we don't have to blow very hard or for very long. So this is just going to be intermittently blowing and continuing to shape as it's blown out, which is really easy to miss. So I pointed it out just so you guys can catch it. In this large fluffy flame that we'll use to preheat tools sometimes. Once again, we don't want to touch hot glass with a cold tool. Otherwise, that could cause rippling in the surface of the glass at the least. And at the center bench, Ben is now going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades carving a jack line into the glass. Some of you may remember this from earlier. This is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. You'll notice at the same time as he's working with this glass using various tools, somebody is holding a wooden paddle next to his arm or his hand, and this is called shielding. We're just preventing the heat from reaching the artist's skin. The piece is really hot. It's radiating so much heat that it's actually emitting light, which is why it's glowing orange, kind of like lava. And every now and then you'll see the artist hang the pipe down at an angle like this. This is us basically using gravity as another one of our tools. So this is giving us a longer and sort of narrower shape. And our end goal is to get a round, kind of bubble-like shape, but sometimes they will stretch the glass a little bit thinner by hanging it down at an angle and then start to make it blown out to the sides. So for anyone that recently joined us in the hot shop, I want to point out real quick, we have a sketch in front of the furnace at the center bench here. And this is what we're currently working on. We've already created that orange section of the piece that's on the top, and it has these two marbles on the side as well. It's staying nice and warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage, staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, perfect. Up on the screen, we have a really good view of this sketch, by the way, just to point that out. So we're currently working on the lower section of the piece here. It's going to become a really large round shape with a nice foot on the bottom. And I'll also point out that that top section we worked on is a violet color. This part of the piece is going to be clear. The rest of the parts of the piece are also going to be clear. We just have that one pop of color, violet, on the top. So most of our tools, including the pipe and the tables and things like that, are made out of steel or stainless steel. And we also have some various other tools, maybe even something like a mold that are made out of bronze or even brass stamps. Just a couple of examples. And we have a lot of wooden tools as well. Like right now we're using a wooden tool to flatten the bottom in the form of a wooden paddle. And since there's quite a few new people here and there, I just want to introduce our visiting artist once again. So today we do have a visiting artist, which you may have already known, but today we have Walter Leiberman, and that is the man who's sitting in the chair kind of close to the front here. And he's actually a Museum of Glass employee, I will point out, and he's usually the one standing here at the microphone talking to you guys. And he's had this residency a couple of times before. This is his third one, I believe. It started on Wednesday, and this is our last day of the residency, so we're making as much as we can. And he's revisiting a series that he started in 2006 as a collaboration with another artist, James Mongrain. It's being continued here to hopefully finish that series up. This series has to do with deconstructing and reassembling Venetian vase designs. So if you all take a look, we have some pieces on the front pedestal over here. These were all made on Wednesday, our first day of the residency. And over on the left, we even have some pieces that we made yesterday. They were cooling down inside of that large box, which is why they're still sitting in there. And the special thing about these pieces is we have a clear disconnect between the two blown forms. So if you look at this piece that we've sketched out at the center bench, this tube goes through the opening of this larger blown piece that we're creating now. They are not touching. The only parts that are being connected are the handles themselves attached to the two blown pieces. Now, this tool Ben has been using on and off for a few minutes here, but these are the Pachofis. You'll notice they look really similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have two wooden blades. And these are special because they are a lot more gentle on the glass, so we can use them on the inside of a piece and kind of push it outward or even poke with the tips of the blades, and it's not going to scrape or gouge at that soft glass. It's not going to leave any marks. So right now they are just finishing up the foot of this piece. They'll always work on the lower half of the blown form first, and then they have to actually flip the orientation of the piece basically so that they can work on the other side. So right now the other side is attached to the pipe, and you'll be able to see that a little bit later on. So for these pieces, they do have a little bit of wiggle room. The only parts of the pieces they really need to worry about are making sure that the opening to this lower piece here has an opening large enough to fit the first piece, and on top of that they have to make sure that the connection points are lined up, which are the handles and the marbles on top of the handles. Other than that, they can pretty much create any shape or size of this piece depending on the drawing they're going for, of course. And just as a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the glass process or questions for the man who designed all these pieces, our visiting artist, Walt, please feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over. Now it looks like they're satisfied with how the lower half of this piece looks. So now they have to prepare a second pipe with a small clear attachment on the end to attach to the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow us to break this piece off of the pipe it's attached to right now, basically flipping the orientation of the piece, which I briefly mentioned earlier. All right, so we've just brought that second pipe over and attached it to the bottom of the piece. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And the purpose of the punty is to flip the orientation of the piece or to transfer it to a new pipe so we have access to a different area of the piece. So now all we have to do to break it off is apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, causing some shocking and cracking in that area of the glass, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to that other side as well as an opening, so we can start to open this up a little bit and round it out. So to create our glass in the first place, it's mostly a sand mixture, which is specifically silica sand. We melt the sand down inside of our glass furnaces, and then this is basically like a giant pot of honey. It's basically just a giant pool of molten glass. And then to gather it up on our pipe, this is how every project starts, is we stick our pipe into the glass and turn. And just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, this gathers a bit of glass on the end of our pipe. And then we blow through the end of our pipe, and this is like a straw. The air passes all the way through and inflates that glass like a balloon. And that's how we start all of our projects. And now after heating the opening of this piece up a little bit, Ben goes inside the piece with that pair of jacks, just lightly widening this opening and smoothing the opening out, importantly as well. And then Gabe quickly comes over with a little bit of color, and this is placed right on the opening of the piece, and as they turn, this will follow along that entire opening, creating something called a lip wrap. So now we have a rim of a separate color around the opening of our piece. As we continue to open this up a little bit, it's just going to remain that nice solid color. So some of you may have missed the beginning of our process. This little piece of glass right here is called color bar, and it's just solid colored glass through and through. We mix different metals and minerals into the glass itself to get these different colors. We don't mix them here at the museum. We just get them shipped in this bar form. So most likely Gabe was heating up a section of a color bar like this and then brought that over in that sort of pointed shape. And after we're finished using a piece of color, if we still have some left over, we usually put it back in the garage, that large silver box, keeping it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Colored glass is more expensive than clear glass, as you might imagine, from those extra metals mixed into the glass. So we want to save as much as possible and use as little as possible at any point in time. Now, this tool that they're using here, this is called the Soffietta. And the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So now, as you can see, we have a really nice round shape. It's inflated the shoulder quite a bit. So when we're in the hot shop, we actually do have to wear a very limited amount of personal protective equipment in the form of glasses. Now, if you're wearing a prescription glasses, then that's supposedly a protection enough, kind of like wearing safety glasses. But if you don't have prescription glasses, then you're required to wear safety glasses in here. So once they're happy with how this shape is at the center bench, they're going to start marking with a piece of chalk where they want to place those handles on the upper half of the piece. If you look at that image that we have right in front of the furnace, you can see we do have those handles before we attach the marbles on top of the handles. So over on that right bench, Gabe is going to start working on the handles for this piece. And once again, these are just going to be made from clear. And these handles are specifically Roman handles. And the design for these, the best way to describe it is if you have 3 fingers out all next to each other like this. We have these 3 humps, and we have the 2 lines in between the 3 fingers. So that's pretty much the same texture that we're going to have for these Roman handles. And over on the left side of the hot shop, it looks like Walt is starting to bring out a couple of pieces that were made yesterday. They were sitting inside of that large box over on the left wall, cooling down at least overnight so they didn't break from thermal shock. So now we have a couple of pieces on display for you guys to see over on the left side of the hot shop. And it looks like our first handle has been brought over. This is placed on the lower portion of our piece first. And this is going to allow them to curl the handle and place it down towards the opening of the piece. And there's our first handle pretty much complete. Every time we make one of these small connections like this, especially if the piece is kind of cold, sometimes they'll go back in with a small torch and just really make sure that that connection is hot and kind of fluid. So there's that small torch that they'll be using to make sure that there are no leftover sharp ends and to make sure that connection is nice and secure. And we'll be using that torch later on as well to connect those 2 blown pieces of glass together by the handles as well. And continuously, whenever we're working on any piece, we're always going in and out of the furnace. Some of you guys may already know this, but this is called flashing. We're making sure that the entire piece is staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock. So while Gabe is creating those handles on the right bench, they're continuing to keep this piece nice and warm at the center bench. And it looks like our second handle has just been brought over. Now, while they continue to adjust things at the center bench, over on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is starting to heat up our first section of the piece, which is that tube section that rests inside of the piece that we have at the center bench. That first section of the piece has been resting inside of the garage, once again, keeping it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And for the few that recently joined, at the center bench, we have the lower half of a piece that we've been working on. And I'll point out this drawing that we have in front of the center furnace here is what we're currently working on. And we already have the two different sections of this piece created. We just have to attach them together. And something special about these pieces is the two blown forms are not actually physically touching each other. There is a disconnect between them. And the only thing holding them together is these little connections between the handles and the marbles for this piece, as an example. So right now it's important that they keep checking those measurements and adjusting little bit by little bit. They want to make sure that the handles and the two marbles on the upper piece connect perfectly and they're not off center from each other. And there's Gabe with that first part of the piece we created. And this is the only colored section of our piece. This is supposed to be a violet color, and everything else is going to be clear. And I know a lot of you might have missed the color application process earlier, so I was thinking I'll play a video that explains that. Something called a color overlay. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So just to point out, that is how we got our color for the piece on the far right bench, that violet. This came from a piece of color bar, and it is a transparent color, so we can see through it. And earlier, they were just testing the sizes when they brought the two pieces together. They weren't quite trying to connect it yet. They were just making sure everything was lined up properly and was going to connect smoothly. But now at the center bench, you could see that Ben is starting to heat up just those two little connecting points on the handles. And this is right where those marbles are going to be placed. So now our first piece is brought over, and this is going to be placed right on top of those two handles. And it looks like the two were solidly connected, so now they just break away this extra pipe on the end with a simple tap of the pipe. And it looks like those two pieces were connected pretty securely. So now they just have to make sure that they're maintaining that nice even heat across the entire piece so that they don't get any thermal shock. No, it's too early to celebrate. We did that the other day. They got pretty upset with us. It's not safe until it's in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. Now, because they've just broken this piece off from that previous pipe, this little area that used to be connected to that previous pipe is pretty cold, and that glass there is a little bit thick as well. So they're just going to go in with that extra hot handheld torch and start heating up this small area. And this is also the only area that we want to edit at this point. The rest of the piece is pretty much done. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions about the glass process, what the colors are made out of, why this building is shaped the way it is, any questions for a visiting artist, anything at all, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So I get this question every now and then, why is the building shaped like a cone? So these are based off of old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here, the Theophos waterway. Perfect. Up on screen we have a picture of these burners. These are called wigwam burners or beehive burners. You'll notice it's a very similar shape. So this building is kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for before it kind of got cleaned up and turned into what it is today. And of course, the cone is pretty large and it's also tilted on its side simply to give us a lot more floor space. And now after heating this opening up one more time, Ben is going in with that same pair of tweezers. They're just trimming off all of that excess glass. Whenever we break a piece off from its original pipe, that opening tends to be a little bit thick, a little bit uneven, so they're just trying to get rid of that excess glass. And then to even and straighten everything back out, Ben goes in with that same pair of jacks he's been using and opens this piece up into those nice straight walls. And right now they're discussing the shape of the neck of this piece. Some of you may have noticed this, some of you maybe not, but the connecting areas, the handles and the marbles on the side of the tube are kind of creating an oval shape for the tube. It's kind of pulling it sideways instead of it being this perfectly circular opening. So they're going in with a couple of paddles and they're just trying to push those points back inward to get rid of that oval shape a little bit. And it looks like they've also switched to using the pachofis. Once again, these are two wooden blades instead of metal blades. So using these on the inside of the piece is going to prevent any gouging or scraping, basically any distortion of our glass. So it seems like they are pretty much done with this piece and they're happy with how it turned out. So now they're going to start preparing to break this piece off the pipe, and this is going to include them torching the back end of the piece and also torching those fragile connections in the handles. Whenever we break a piece off, we do what we did earlier, which is applying some water to that connecting point and then tapping the pipe. Now, as you can imagine, if we have any other weak points or any small cracks in those little connecting areas in the handles, tapping the pipe is going to create a vibration that travels to those areas as well as the area that we want to break. So heating those areas is going to prevent any of that cracking or breaking. And so far, all of these pieces have been pretty successful, so I have high hopes for this one as well. And now to break this piece off, just like earlier, we're going to apply some water to that connecting area. Then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break off nice and cleanly. They're going to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends. And now this is finally carried over to the annealer where it is going to rest at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And a word from our visiting artist.
Okay, guys, I just want to thank our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glassblowers. Give them a big round of applause. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, Sayuri Fukuda. These guys are super talented. What they're doing today is really, really hard. I used to be a glassblower, so I know. And I appreciate all you guys coming.
Now, we are going to continue working. It is only 4 p.m. and the museum closes at 5, so if you wanted to stick around and watch what we're going to make next, feel free to do so. And if anyone has any questions, All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We're getting started on a project that's going to be pretty similar to this orange sort of ambery one over here. It's going to have these single handle connections on either side. Now, something special about these pieces, if you were to look closely at them, is there is this large disconnect between the two blown forms. I could put my fingers through there, and that's how much is disconnected. And the only thing holding them together are these pieces of glass here, the handles, or the marbles in this case. That's the only thing that's holding those pieces together. So these are pretty delicately balanced, and it's pretty tricky for the glass blowers to make something like this and line those handles up properly. So they're getting started with it over on the right bench. And today we do have a visiting artist. Our visiting artist is Walt Leiberman. And he's actually a Museum of Glass employee. He usually will do the job that I'm doing right here, which is talking to you guys in the audience. So it's really cool that he has this opportunity to come in and make some of his glass designs. And specifically, this residency, he's revisiting a series he started in 2006, which has to do with these pieces that you can see on the front pedestals, deconstructing and reassembling Venetian-based designs. And this series specifically was a collaboration between him and another artist named James Mongrain in 2006. Once again, it's being continued here to hopefully finish the series. And here's our visiting artist, just to point him out to you guys. This is Walt. So if you ever have any questions for him, feel free to grab either of our attention. Now, if you're wondering what's going on over there, this is just a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, and it cools it down so we can handle it a lot closer to the glass, as you could see. And that's why you saw a lot of steam rising into the air as it was cooling that down. And usually once we have enough glass for our pieces is when we move over to the center bench and start to blow it out and turn it into its final shape. In this case, we're going to make this specific bubble here into a pretty long, narrow shape. I'll just point out this drawing to the left of the center bench here. Now at the center bench, Ben is going to start using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to change the shape of this glass bubble, which is what he was just using. And the color for this piece is going to be just like this one on the front pedestal right here. It's going to be a sort of reddish amber color. So at the center bench, you can see that they've created a neck for this piece by going in with the jacks, those two metal blades. And they didn't cinch all the way down. They just left the blades open and continued to drag kind of out and away from the pipe. And this was stretching that neck out. And now they're just continuing to work on blowing out that bottom bubble into more of a pointed shape, just like this drawing on the back wall here for those that just joined. This is what we're currently working on. And we're just making the amberish reddish piece that is on the top. And then we'll move on to the larger round piece on the bottom and be able to attach the two together eventually. And as they continue to blow this piece out, Ben is going to achieve that longer, narrower shape by just hanging the glass down at an angle. And this is basically us using gravity as another one of our tools. It's stretching and thinning that bubble out. And to refine the shape even further, they sit back down at the bench and they're going to start kind of narrowing at this point. And I think a lot of you haven't gotten to see Walt's artwork yet, or visiting artist artwork. So could I have that up on the screen, please? Perfect, thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of Walt's artwork. And once again, he is primarily a glass painter, so you're going to see a lot of those glass paintings along with some of the blown objects he's made over the years with some collaborators. There will be some sketches and some designs for glass art that he's hoping to make during this residency as well. And I'll also point out that Walt currently has a piece on display at the Tacoma Art Museum. And that is really close by to us here. So if you guys happen to be in this area already, you might as well check that out. And I know that a few new people have joined here and there, so I just want to catch you guys up a little bit. So the piece that we're currently working on is on this back wall right here with the two kind of swooped handles on the side. And we've just finished the smaller top piece, and this is a reddish amber sort of color, and it's been set aside in the garage right here. It's going to stay nice and warm in there at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And while that is resting, we're going to continue working on the lower half of the piece. This is always going to start on our side benches, and then we bring it over to the center bench to be fully blown out and turned into that final piece. And then eventually, these pieces will be connected together, just like these pieces on the front pedestal. Now, if you were to look closely at these pieces, I will point out that there is a disconnect between the two blown pieces. The only thing holding these pieces together is the handles themselves and the marbles, for example. So these are kind of delicately balancing. That smaller blown piece is kind of hovering inside of the opening, which is pretty cool. And I believe that the rest of this piece is going to be clear. The only colored portion is that top red amber portion. And if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And if you have any questions for our visiting artist who designed these pieces, he's just disappeared on me, but he'll be back, I promise. Just let me know as well if you have any questions for him. And because I just mentioned him a moment ago, here is our visiting artist, Walt Leiberman, just to point him out to you guys. And I believe that this will be our final piece of the day. We are continuing to work on that lower half over there. And connecting these two pieces is relatively simple. We just have this single handle that's attached to the both of them at the same time. Now, while the artist is working with the glass, sometimes another person will come over and use these wooden paddles to kind of shield their hands and the arm from the glass. The glass is so hot that it's radiating heat as well as light, kind of like lava. So we're just protecting the artist's hands from feeling that heat using those wooden paddles. And as you can see, this piece is getting blown out bigger and bigger now. So they have all the glass they need for this lower section of the piece. And Ben is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water to kind of guide which way he wants a bubble to blow out. And this large fluffy flame that we'll be using on and off, this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now with the torch, we can add some extra heat to one specific area of the glass. And this can help us balance out temperatures or just allow us to alter one section of the piece. And next is an important part in the process. Right here, Ben is creating something called a jack line using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. This is where we remove this piece from the pipe later on. And now that the lower half of this piece is complete at the center bench, they're going to prepare a pipe over on the right bench with just a simple clear attachment on the end. And this is called a punty. They're going to attach this to the center of the bottom of this piece and break this piece off of the pipe that it's currently attached to. And now Sarah has just brought over that second pipe. Once again, the punty. This is being attached just to the center of the bottom of this piece. And once that connection has set up and solidified just a little bit, they'll go ahead and break this piece off of the original pipe by applying some water to that connecting area. And this water is going to cause some shocking and cracking in that small area of the glass. And then when they tap the pipe, this creates a vibration that travels to those small cracks and breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they have access to the other side of the piece, which includes that opening, and they'll be able to open this up a little bit. Now, while the body of the piece is still cold and that connection is still nice and warm, this is brought back to the bench. And right here, they're just making sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece. So if it's off center, you'll see them stop. They're letting it fall back on center while supporting the weight from the other side. Now, while they're keeping this piece warm at the center bench and also working on that opening just a little bit, over on the right bench, Gabe is working with a little piece of color, and this is eventually going to be wrapped around the opening of this piece, creating something called a lip wrap. And if you guys were here for the last piece, you may remember that. It's just a rim of separate color all the way around the opening of a piece. So at the center bench, they've heated up just the front of this piece, and this is going to allow them to open it up a little bit and even that lip out. But they don't want to open it up too far. And now that that color is nice and warm, this is brought over to the center bench and lightly touched down on the lip. And as they rotate, you can see this is following along the entirety of the lip, creating that lip wrap. So all the people down on the hot shop floor are Museum of Glass employees, also including our visiting artist, which is rare, by the way. Most of our visiting artists are just artists from either out of state, out of country. They come in to make their art here. But, so these guys work pretty much full-time in the hot shop, and they will support any visiting artist that comes in. So it's kind of like a pre-chosen team. Now this cone-shaped tool here, this is the Sophietta. That cone is blocking off the opening to the piece and allowing them to blow more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So you can see this has inflated the shoulder and given them a really nice round look to their piece. And something important to remember is we did make the upper piece earlier, which is the reddish amber sort of cone shape. And so they have to open this piece up enough for the first piece to fit inside of it without touching the opening. Because this is going to be sort of nesting inside. If you were to look closely at these pieces, these are also just kind of hovering inside of the opening, not touching anything. The only thing holding this entire piece together is the handles, the marbles. Looks like they've finished up the body of the second piece. So at the center bench, Ben has a piece of chalk and he's marked where he wants to place the handles for this piece. And as the design may suggest, this is just going to be one large handle on either side of the piece that's connecting the two blown pieces together. So the only thing they need to worry about is just making sure that these are pretty parallel and pretty equal to each other so that we have some good symmetry for the piece. But there shouldn't be that big of an issue connecting these two pieces together since they have been working with some really complicated pieces of glass, such as connecting these 3 points of contact together. So now our first handle is being brought over. And this is going to be placed below the opening of the piece and then pulled up towards the opening of the piece. And I'm going to try to describe these handles. These are Roman handles, and if you were to hold 3 fingers out like so next to each other, we have these 3 bumps and then these 2 lines in between the fingers. So that's kind of the texture of these Roman handles, is these 3 humps. And you would be able to see that with these pieces on display as well. We did use that same style for all of our pieces. So as you just saw, they were just checking those measurements, making sure that the first piece that we created is going to be lined up and connect correctly with the second piece that we have now. And currently, Gabe is working on heating up that first piece inside of the garage, which is this large silver box here. And there is a brief little glimpse of our first piece. This is supposed to be a sort of reddish amber color, if I haven't described it already. So just now, Gabe has brought that first piece that we created out and is heating this up inside of the furnace. And since this has just come out of the garage, they're going to need to work on heating it up a little bit before they can actually attach that to the handles at the center bench. So they've just brought that piece over as a sort of size check. They're just making sure that the two pieces will fit nicely together.